and problems facing our continent?
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic plan. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights, on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. "20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional 20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African
Is it on? Honorable members, His Excellency the President.
May I allow a moment of silent prayer or meditation? Thank you. We can take our seat. Sorry, before we sit, actually, remain up the AU anthem. You please be seated. Our honorable members, vice presidents of the Pan-African Parliament, our MPs, pursuant to the provision of Rule 38(1) of the Rules of Procedure. It is with great pleasure that I invite our guests in, or some of our guests, into the chamber at this stage. We have the representative of the host country, Honorable Avin Bots, Deputy Minister of the Department of International Relations. I know we do have a representative also for him. You are invited into the chamber. APRM CEO, that is Africa Peer Review Mechanism CEO, Ambassador Mary Rose, to come into the chamber. Others will come in later. I don't know whether Dr. Mimi Delese Dako, Director General of the African Medicines Agency, if she has arrived, and Honorable Idrissa Sow, Chairperson of the Banjul Commission. Online. But I want to say we will have an initial ceremony to open the session. Today, we have inclusivity. Honorable Jida, Honorable Lucia, Honorable Habib will say a few words in welcoming our members of parliament. Honorable Jida, take the floor to welcome our members of parliament. Yes, you go over there.
Excellence, Monsieur le
Your Excellency, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Excellencies, Vice Presidents, Honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to welcome you today to the opening of the sixth ordinary session of the Pan-African Parliament. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the members of this institution for their hard work and cooperation for the development of Africa. It is an opportunity for us to discuss the key challenges that affect our institution and our continent. And it is an opportunity to strengthen cooperation between our member states. I am convinced that these discussions and debates will be fruitful and that they will contribute to African integration. Mr. President, since you have requested that all the vice presidents welcome the members and guests, I'm not going to take very long, and so I would like to welcome everybody to this sixth ordinary session. Welcome to South Africa, and I hope that we are all going to do our best to ensure that the work of the Pan-African Parliament is done. As you know, the Bureau has made a great effort to ensure that this session takes place, And on this note, I would like you to applaud the president for all of his efforts to ensure that this session happened. I wish you great success and a productive session. Thank you very much. Shukran, asante sana, obrigado, and merci. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Jida. Honorable Lucia, take the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. Good morning to all. I'd like to greet firstly the Honorable President, my colleagues, the Vice Presidents, the First Vice President and the Fourth Vice President, all chairpersons of committees, deputy chairpersons, rapporteurs, the Women and Youth Caucus, all members in attendance and online. I'd like to also greet especially our special guests in attendance in our sixth session of the Sixth Parliament. So it's our last session of the year of 2025. We have this year a theme that concerns us all. This is representing justice to the peoples of African descent. Now that we are close to the end of the year, we believe that each member in their own country, in the member states, must have done and conducted activities or reflections on this topic. But in this session, we are starting the session while facing the challenge of unconstitutional governments, of the violation of human rights in some member states. My plea is that each of us should do its part to restore the rights of citizens, and may we work towards the promotion of democracy, peace, and stability in our continent. We can only justify our presence here by thinking about our mandate to work for the promotion of democracy, human rights, to be the voice of the African people and its enormous diaspora, to include our diaspora in our public development policies in our member states, but also to work so that our youth and women can have access to good jobs, that our children have access to schools, so that our children, our women, our people with disability and elderly people have access to health, and quality health, may I say. And this said, I wish us all a fruitful session. These are 2 working weeks between the chamber and our committee rooms and workshops. We will have events with partners who have availed themselves to work with us. We will also work to prepare the agenda for the Africa-European Union cooperation. So we count on your engagement, your inputs, so that we can have for next year a solid schedule and program which promotes human rights in our continent. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muito obrigado. Thank you very much. Honorable Dr. Habib.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. بسم الله الرحمن.
Thank you, Honorable President. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most graceful, to all the guests, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Pan-African Parliament, peace be upon you. It is my great pleasure that while we open this the new session to welcome you all, wishing you a pleasant stay in the city of Midrand. The convening of this session comes at a difficult time that requires all of us further work and constructive cooperation, and to fulfill our legislative responsibilities with the maximum efficiency and responsibility in service for the interest of our African beloved continent, and to realize the legit ambitions of our great people. We ask the great Allah to grant us success for the benefit of our continent and people, and to assist us to bear this responsibility and to fulfill our duty with. And at the conclusion, I would like to say, in all languages of Africa, welcome, welcome, and peace be upon you. Thank you.
انتهز هذه الفرصة.
I also would like to avail myself of this opportunity to ask the Honorable President to come and to give his opening remarks of this session. Thank you.
Bonjour. Comment ça va?
Morning, how are you doing?
Salam alaikum. Habari. I've been asked to deliver the speech in any one of those languages, French or Arabic or Swahili, and then lastly English. So today I'll do in English, tomorrow in French, and Wednesday in Arabic. Then the Portuguese. Thank you very much. Anyway, members of the Bureau, the Vice Presidents who have just delivered their speeches, I salute you. Members of the Pan-African Parliament present in this room and some are online, I salute you. Our clerk, Madam Lindwe, and there's a team of staff from PAP. We also have people from outside the PAP, our partners, our brothers, our sisters, starting with DERCO itself, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we know it. We have a very senior person from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and we have a PRM, and we know we have others behind in the VIP room, including our guest of honor. I'll make a full speech later on. For now, it's simple to say, welcome back to PAP. Welcome back to PAP, and I want to clap for you. Welcome back. We are the people to build the PAP. The MPs supported by staff. If we do not build the PAP, no one else will build the PAP. No one else will develop this institution. We should know that. So if we attend sessions, we are building the institutions. We see empty chairs. And my speech is simply to do with in-house issues only. For now, I'll come back with other issues outside. But now it's just internal matters, internal. And on the internal, you see that on our first day, quite some empty seats. We now have about how many? 59 in the chamber? 49. 49, maybe 50. We have another how many on the 10 are connected virtually. So we're about 60. About 60. So our numbers are not yet good. It is common when we come for the final session of the year. Some countries struggle with their budgets. Mainly, some have budgetary problems. But we need to address that issue. We need to address that issue. Because in these countries that have no budget for PAP, you will see big delegations going to COP. You will see big delegations going somewhere in Abu Dhabi, big delegations going everywhere, up to December. But they will say our budget for the year for PAP is exhausted. The beauty of PAP budget is it is known in advance that in 2026, there will be a statutory committee meeting, which will be followed by another plenary, which will be followed by another statutory committee, another plenary. So we can budget for it this year. It's very predictable, if not fixed and known. So I think we've come to a point where we need to make some clear communication to all the parliaments that they should take PAP business seriously. And then you also see these empty seats here. I think the first 2 rows, is it 2 rows? For chairperson, members of the bureaucracies. Members of bureaucracies. Is the other one also for chairperson or for, that one is for what? Right. So the first 3 rows, we don't count the front one. 1, 2, 3. And I know Honorable Welcome there is sitting there because he's a member of the Bureau of the Caucus. So these 3 front rows are for people that have been elected or put in positions at Pan-African Parliament. Most of them are not in the chamber. Imagine if you elected the president of PAP and the vice president, and you gather here, and you are told members of the Bureau are unable to attend because their countries could not buy them tickets to Midrand. The president is not here because his country could not buy him a ticket to Midrand. Imagine such a situation, which means we collapse everything. So those countries that have MPs elected in certain positions, they have no choice but to ensure that they adequately fund those members. Bureau of Caucuses, main bureau chair, vice, rapporteur cannot fail unless somehow they are indisposed, maybe they have serious problems in their family, fine. Those things are understandable. But not because the country failed to fund. So I want to applaud Gambia, Chad, Kenya, Eswatini, Rwanda, Sahrawi, Mozambique, and again Kenya there. Who am I missing out? Did I miss out any country? Sierra Leone, Libya, Zimbabwe, Somalia, Lesotho. Madam Clerk, I think we should this morning, apart from this record, Tunisia, apart from this record, to see who is present, one?
Algeria.
Algeria, fine. Who is present, and then who also is a bureau member at committee level who is not present. And then I think we need to write to their member countries so that they know the importance. Yes, we have no choice. We have no choice, otherwise we kill PAP. We have a responsibility. We need to write to them and say, the absence of your member has the following consequences on the business of Pan-African Parliament. Honourable members, I want to say, this session was almost, I don't know whether I should say aborted, postponed, cancelled. You can choose the suitable one. But instead of having our budget from AU of 1.3 million, we have been given 350,000. 350,000. And even among us, our members of the Bureau, the debate was, why don't we just cancel the session? Why don't we just cancel the session? Because we don't have the resources. Others said, okay, the resources we have, if you think of 350,000 out of 1.3 million, maybe for 3 days, let's have a session for 3 days only. And then you can also tell me what would be the effect, even in your member countries, to buy a ticket for you to come over here, and for 3 days you go back. Then it was suggested, even by our secretariat, that for this budget, if we cut certain costs, the number of support staff, which means we cut the number of people that are receiving you at the airport, that are taking you to hotels, cut it with the risk that some members may arrive, land at the airport, and they find no one from PAP to receive them and to show them where the car is. Those are some of the risks if we do some of these cuttings. In this chamber, you will see that the number of those serving us this time has gone down drastically. Again, because we try to cut down. In any area, we've cut down the numbers to cut costs. But sometimes we cut the point of inefficiency. You cut down the point of inefficiency, and the members don't get services as they are used to. One major cost of these gatherings, and the greatest cost of these gatherings, is interpretation and translation. That is the most expensive part, or the highest cost in our budget. And we cannot do without interpretation. But because of the situation, we had to cut 2 languages. And we do apologize for that. We had to remove Swahili and Spanish. Otherwise, we had no money. I can go on and on in all areas, but I'm saying, even if we cut, our finance side said we can only hold the session for 5 days after cutting costs. We as a bureau said, no ways. In terms of the rules and the protocol, a plenary session should last up to 4 weeks. And it's in black and white, 4 weeks. But because of budgetary constraints, over time, we've sat for 2 weeks instead of 4 weeks. We've cut by 50%. Now, if we go to 1 week, which is really for committees, and we call it plenary, some would say, why not simply close PAP? How can you save Africa as parliamentarians? if you only meet 2 weeks in plenary, July or May, and 2 weeks in November, those 4 weeks cannot make a difference or impact on this continent. And people want to see us visible. Our committees have no funding. So we are gathered in such a financial context, which is bad. We are meeting from 1st to the 15th or 14th of November. That will be there for 2 weeks, in spite of notwithstanding all those financial constraints. Some of our days, we are going to meet for up to the 14th because some partners working with us, they are paying for interpretation and translation on certain days, actually more than 5 or 6 days. So much of our stay here in the Chamber of Committees is funded by other people who just come in to work with us, including APRIM, who are already here. They will pay for 1 day our interpreters and translators. Can we clap for them? And others, Auda Nepad, and others, and others, and others. And that's how we have been able to push the session to 2 weeks. And I believe you are listening, and you will talk to your foreign ministers and ambassadors to say the point that we are now at PAP is that we can't meet anymore. We can't transact business of PAP anymore. Are you aware? Even they need to adjust the funds. There's a second issue, and then I sit down, we move to swearing in. Second issue is the issue, and I want you to listen again. It helps you when you listen attentively on these issues. It's the issue of remuneration, not in allowances for members of parliament, sitting allowances for members of parliament, which are provided for in Article 10 of the protocol. Article 10 of the protocol has a subheading, allowances. In the protocol, not in the rules of PAP, allowances. And then it says Pan-African parliamentarians, that's the language, Pan-African parliamentarians shall be paid allowances when they conduct their business. It's in the protocol. As a result, from 2004, Pan-African parliamentarians have been receiving allowances when they sit. It was taken out at some point, brought back, but in 2019, when the AU did what they called harmonization of remunerations and salaries and everything, they completed and forgot PAP. In 2019, they literally overlooked PAP. As a result, the MPs Bureau have not been receiving their allowances since 2019. We have been reminding the foreign ministers, Executive Council, PRC, but why are you shortchanging the MPs in terms of the protocol? And then this year, in February, the foreign ministers meeting as Executive Council directed that the MPs should be paid their allowances, and then asked the administration of the AU to implement. When we followed up that they should pay us, they said, please, can you give us the levels, the actual allowances? How much will an MP get for sitting? And we did consultations here. We sent our proposals. Say, per day so much. Thinking they would then want to discuss figures. Then we received a strange note memorandum from Human Resources Department working with legal counsel, who then argued that no, we can't pay MPs. Why? Because MPs are not provided for in the staff rules and regulations of the AU. And also, the MPs are not elected officials as per whatever AU. And also, can we have terms of reference? And APRM is laughing. It's laughing. They see that this thing, is it coming from AU? Terms of reference for a parliament? If I asked do you have terms of reference for a parliament of Eswatini? Terms of reference for a parliament. A parliament is a constitutional establishment. For the AU, it's a protocol. That protocol provides for the objectives, functions, roles, and powers. And then you say you want terms of reference. What do you mean? Are we a project? Are we a short-term project or some project that should have terms of reference? That's what they've asked. We are writing, there's already a response. I don't want to do it now, what we are saying. But we agreed yesterday with the bureaucracies, leadership. We said, look, this issue of funding of PAP, and in the words of one of the members in the meeting yesterday said, Mr. President, you see, these issues, we cannot be business as usual. Oh, we write to this, we write. We have to find a stronger way to deal with this unfairness. And we then agreed that today we need to sit as chamber, as MPs. Let's have time today, because tomorrow the AU wants our position paper on allowances for MPs and other entitlements. They want our paper. So there is a draft paper and the issue of funding for PAP. We agreed that this afternoon, Monday, on the very first day, so that we submit our documents by tomorrow, we are not going to meet in caucuses. We'll come back to chamber after lunch to discuss two issues, to debate two issues about financing the PAP and about the issue of paying allowances this afternoon. Yes, can you clap for that? Yes. No, we are not meeting in caucuses. The caucuses, we're going to arrange some time. And during the 2 weeks, we'll find space. But let's deal with these very, very, very urgent matters. And there's a deadline of tomorrow. So we all need to put our minds or heads together to say, how do we respond on this one, on this one? You never know, one or two brilliant ideas which can emerge. So we meet this afternoon. You will ask me, the new members will be sworn in this morning. You usually take them to your committees, to your caucus, and agree. This one goes into this committee. For this week, we are saying, as you said yesterday, not business as usual of going into this and playing. The bureau of each caucus, the chair, vice, and rapporteur will sit in their time, we don't know what time, maybe over lunch, sit with the new members from their caucus and agree which committees they belong to. The caucus, when they sit next time, they will sanitize that. So, here ends my speech. Thank you very much. May I now invite the CEO, with, of course, initially his officers, now the CEO herself. Let's clap for her. The CEO of NEPAD now is here, Ambassador Marie Rose Antinoid, APRM, APRM, APRM. I now invite the clerk of Parliament to lead in the administration of oath by the new members of PAP.
Honorable President, there are 15 members designated by their respective national parliaments as members of the Pan-African Parliament, and following verification of their credentials by the Rules, Privileges, and Discipline Committee of the Pan-African Parliament, the following newly designated members are invited to take their oath. From Burundi, 5 members. Honorable Jean-Marie Nebi Rantije, Honorable Marie Odette Hakizimana, Honorable Donatien Manirakiza, Honorable Leokadi Ndakayisaba, and Honorable Jean-Baptiste Baranyi Zigie.
Moi, Nibila Nijeja,
I, Nimilande Jean-Marie, I, Makizima Marie Odette, Manirakiza Donasi, Jean-Baptiste, hereby swear solemnly declare that I will perform my functions as a member of the Pan-African Parliament to the best of my ability and with honor and dignity in the service of the peoples of Africa. I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the African Union, and will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the Protocol of the Treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament as by law established, and I will promote adherence to the principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. So help me God. I so affirm.
Honorable President from Cameroon, 2 members, Honorable Wainachi Honorine and Honorable Pierre Nikina. Are not present in the chamber. From Ghana, 2 members, Honorable Bernard Haifon and Honorable Alhaji Collins Dauda.
Let's go. Okay. I, Bernard Ahiafo, hereby swear that
I, Collins Dauda, hereby swear
I would perform my functions as a member of the Pan-African Parliament to the best of my ability and with honor and dignity, in the service of the people of Africa. I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the African Union and will preserve, protect, and defend the constitutive acts of the African Union and the protocol to the treaty establishing African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament as by law established, and I would promote, adhere to the principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. So help me God.
From Liberia, 1 member, Honorable Mary G. Johnson. Okay. Not in the chamber. From Lesotho, 1 member, Honorable Tabiso David Lekita.
I, Tabiso David Legitla, I hereby solemnly declare that I will perform my functions as a member of the Pan-African Parliament to the best of my ability and with honor and dignity in the service of people of Africa. I will be faithful and bear true allegiances to the African Union and will preserve, protect, and defend the constitutive act of the African Union and the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament as by the law established. And I will promote and enhance to the principle of good governance, democracy, human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability and all objectives of Pan-African Parliament. So help me God.
From Nigeria, Honorable Michael Opeyemi Bamidele. Not in the chamber. From South Sudan, 3 members, Honorable Simon Deng Maniel Koyo and Honorable Martin Magok Kauni. Honorable Claudio Francis Udo. Yeah. Honorable President, this brings to an end the list of members verified and accredited to be sworn in today. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us welcome our new members. Thank you very much. At this stage, honorable members, we take a short break. Maybe if there's tea or no tea, you can have some water for at least 15 minutes. Then we come back to resume the second part of the business of the day. So 15-minute break. Thank you. So, where are they?
"20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa, and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À ces effets, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour un côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des soins techniques mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sens à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vivent le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenge.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
Honorable members, please get seated. The president is about to come with the guest of honor. Honorable members, take your seats. Take your seats. The president and the guest of honor are coming now. Thank you.
Honorable members, we resume the second part of today's session on opening ceremony. May I ask you to rise once more and we sing the AU anthem.
For our liberation, let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, we safety and all our feet, shall be so rare, shall be scared. Nothing proud and be. Let us open out the sea together to el mundo permanece en Can't accept to fight together. For see peace and justice on there. Spirit da África, en essência do sol, en essência do ser. Façamos da África modernidade. United towards together, to give the best we have to Africa. The great development and the font of culture.
Take your seats.
Honorable President, the order of business for these proceedings will be as follows. First, the welcome remarks of Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, which will be followed by welcome remarks of the representative of the host country, the acting represented by the acting director, Madam Sybil Mahlako, of the Department of International Relations and Cooperation of the Republic of South Africa. Thereafter, we'll proceed to hear messages of solidarity by three guests. First, Dr. Mimi Delese Dako, who's the Director General of the Africa Medicines Agency, who will join virtually. This will be followed by Honorable Idrissa Sow, the newly elected chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights in Banjul, who will join virtually. The final message of support will be from Ambassador Mary Antoinette Rose Catre, the CEO of the African Peer Review Mechanism. Thereafter, it will be my honor to invite the President of the Pan-African Parliament, His Excellency Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, to introduce and invite the guest of honor. Honorable President, I now invite you to deliver your welcome remarks.
Once more, good morning. Good morning, honorable members. I thought I had lost you. You are here. I now give a speech on the business that we are gathered here for the 2 weeks. And may I recognize people that are in this room. We have the president of the Global Council for Tolerance and Peace, who is also our guest of honor, His Excellency Ahmed Mohamed Al-Jawan. He is from the United Arab Emirates. We have our vice presidents of the Pan-African Parliament. You have seen them this morning. I need not go again through their names. We have the chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Idrissa Sow, and I want to congratulate him for becoming the chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Idrissa Sow, who is joining us virtually. We congratulate him. The CEO and the CEO of the APRM, Africa Peer Review Mechanism, Ambassador Marie-Antoinette Rose. I usually avoid pronouncing the last name. I find myself mispronouncing, whether I should say quarter, but that is the name. Our honorable members of parliament gathered in this room, the acting chief director, African Union in the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, Ms. Sibu Ketlen Machako. This is representing the host country, South Africa. Members of the diplomatic corps, and that includes our own ambassadors of PAP who are present. One is Bridget Motsepe, Ambassador Brian Chitunge, the clerk of Pan-African Parliament, representatives of our partners, distinguished invited guests, and ladies and gentlemen. We are here for 2 weeks as the representatives of the continent. We are the voice of the people on the continent. If we are the voice, do you know what the people are saying? If we are do we know what the people of Africa are saying now? We can only say maybe, yeah, some are hungry, some want food, some have nowhere to live, they have no homes. Some are running. Today, they didn't even sleep last night because of the wars in Sudan and other places. Those are our people. Some have no access to quality education. Some have no access to good health. Some roads, some whatever transportation, infrastructure. Some are behind in this digital world. Some, they don't even have access to any internet. Peace and security remains an issue on this continent. Conflicts. Now, recently with Madagascar, whatever happened in Madagascar, they held their elections not too long ago, and we thought they now have a parliament and a president and cabinet and everything in place. But we heard there are grievances on the ground, and it started off like some small event. The president of the country then had to run away from the country. It looked like a people's youth thing, but in the end, we had the military. The military also came in, to me, which was unfortunate. Madagascar is unfortunate because the people had already removed the president. We didn't need the military to remove the president. It should have ended a civil removal of the leader without even need to dissolve parliament. There was no need to dissolve parliament in Madagascar. That the military decided to take over and then dissolve parliament, government, complicating the whole thing until the EU had to suspend Madagascar from the AU. And today we sit here without MPs from Madagascar. And in that, call it a revolution, we see the Generation Z, the Gen Zs, the youth taking a leading role. And I think Pan-African Parliament, and we have a youth caucus in this parliament. I think there's something the youth should also tell us, our youth caucus should tell us, what is happening, what should we do? The youth tell us, what should we do? Because it seems the youth are not happy on the continent. The youth are really very aggrieved. And the youth don't mind whether it is constitution or whatever. They don't mind what the constitution says. They've all the energy to go in the street and spend the whole day hungry, pushing for change. But unfortunately, the military didn't take over. It's not the youth who will take over, it is the military. And the youth, they are also sidelined in the process. So saying, these are issues that PAP should interrogate. PAP should interrogate and say, where is this leading to? Elections in Tanzania. We haven't heard the full report from those that attended or participated, observed elections. We don't have yet a full report, even half report we don't have. But from the media, it shows that we have problems. And if you saw some videos, you see the youth population being very active, even in Tanzania. I have personally worked in Tanzania when I worked for the World Bank. I did more than 6 years in Tanzania. And the way I know Tanzanians, to me, Tanzania will be the last country on this continent to go to the streets the way they did this time. Tanzanians are very obedient, very disciplined, very, very disciplined. And now to see Tanzanians behave like that, we get scared. What of other countries? This thing may go out of hand on this continent. And Pan-African Parliament is our duty to think through these issues as PAP. If we are to be of any value, to advise our member states, to advise heads of state, I'm not trying to predict what the future could be like and what could be done. Next week, I think it's Monday, the 10th, I could be wrong, we have a 2-day symposium, which is a great opportunity for the youth in this chamber, working with our dear CEO and team from APRIM. We have joined together and we are really working together. We have a youth symposium in this chamber. And she was telling me that they've invited about 400 youth from the continent into this chamber. We as PAP should be proud of that because the protocol says one objective of establishing the Pan-African Parliament is that it's going to be a platform for citizens of this continent, whether youth, women, minors, pharmacists, anyone. They can come to PAP and say, we want to ventilate our issues in this chamber. PAP takes note, resolves, takes it to the AU. So we are proud that the youth are coming into this chamber for 2 days, Monday and Tuesday next week. And members of parliament, let's be with our youth. Let's be part of their dialogue for 2 days. Let's also make a contribution. Some of you are youth, some of you, of course, have gone beyond youth. But let your wisdom also be shared with our youth next week for 2 days. That's a great moment. After all, they are the ones now running the continent, and they are likely to run it even more in the future. So let's be part of the change by the youth. We also have Beijing plus 30. The women of this continent who come into this chamber, I think Wednesday or Thursday next week, the women of the continent are coming into this chamber also to take stock of Beijing after 30 years. 30 women, you know this. They are coming to say Beijing 1995, so it's 30 years. Beijing 95. Now, 30 years later, where are we? Coming to PAP, using the platform of PAP to ventilate issues. And then PAP takes note, resolves at a later stage, and takes to the AU. What a good thing. And we are proud that within the AU family, APRIM and Pan-African Parliament are becoming the two in one and a force to reckon with. And that's what we are here for the next 2 weeks. We also want to mention the issue of climate change. I don't need to go into details. Climate change is a reality. And we have a committee responsible, chair being Honorable Sakata, but he's not around yet. We need, as MPs, what are we saying? The COPs are there. COP this, now COP 30, they are there. Let them run their course. But we, as a parliament, what do we say when in Kenya, in the constituency represented by our great MP, Majimbo, his people there, I know they are being affected. So when you come to PAP, make us aware, and then also seek some joint approach, because our people are suffering. The ones where they're in towns, water sources depleting, erratic supply, or where it's temperatures too hot, too cold. In rural areas, outputs from agriculture. When we gather here, we want to see the issues of climate finance, the issues of adaptation and resilience, just energy, transition, food and nutrition security, loss and damage, and then the need for united voice. And we are the ones who unite voices on the continent. Let's seize the moment of G20 coming to South Africa for the first time in Africa. And we are the Parliament of Africa. We have met in this chamber with the South African Parliament, and we came up with some resolutions which we said should be part of our delivery to the G20 here in South Africa later this month. About 3 weeks from now, we'll be, even less than 3 weeks, we'll be in G20. And there is what is called a P20. P20 is for parliaments. Globally, as parliaments being part of the G20 is P20. Can we follow these issues closely? And PAP, we are leading Continental Parliament. Let's make sure that we are part of what will be happening at the G20. I know you want more details on that. We believe we'll obtain the critical information as we get closer. We should never get tired as a parliament of the continent. We should stand strong all the time to speak for our people. This parliament was formed by heads of state, the assembly. We were not there, all of us. When it was launched in 2004, no one had been in this parliament before 2004. When it was decided it should be formed, established, a protocol, there was no one in this chamber who participated. We were asked to come now and serve in a parliament established by member states, heads of states. So we are unchallengeable. We are unchallengeable because we do not meet ourselves somewhere and construct something and call it a Pan-African parliament, and then we come and gather so that it's as if it's our interest. No. We were invited after heads of state established this parliament to come and serve. So we should not be ashamed to stand up and be counted. And we should account for the reasons for which we were established. So when they don't give us money, when they deny us allowances, we should not lose energy. Should give us more energy to say, look, our continent cannot be governed without oversight. For the millions, hundreds of millions that the AU spends from member states in every year, Parliament is there to hold institutions to account. So when they deny us budget, we should not then say we disintegrate or we close down. No, we should fight even further to say this is not good. Otherwise, the founding fathers realized that without a continental legislature made up of people's elected representatives, the union was a union of member states and not a union of African citizens. And this statement is very important. This is not us. These are heads of state. When they met before PAP was established, they said an AU without, at that time it was OAU, an OAU without a continental legislature is made up of people, it's a union of member states and not a union of African citizens. So we should play that role without any fear or favor. And we call for accountability to the programs. That's why the protocol says we are here to make sure that AU objectives, programs, policies are implemented. And we should be able, when we meet, to evaluate and see whether AU programs are being implemented. Where can we show and say, this is AU impact, this is AU impact in Nigeria, in Chad, in South Africa, everywhere. That's our role. Agenda 2063, which is the hope of Africa, to eliminate all these deficits of education, equality in health, roads, infrastructure, transport, economies, everything. We as Parliament, are we calling anyone to account for the Agenda 2063? We are now beyond 10 years, for example. Where are we? What have I achieved in which area? What can we point at? And that's the role of Parliament, to do oversight. I know we have no resources to do it, but we should know we are responsible and we should always stand up. During this session, there's going to be an afternoon on the topic, in this topic, which says impact of military coups and the militarization of politics on constitutionalism and democracy in Africa. This is a topic that I believe members will plan and say something. On this continent, there were coups in the 70s, into 80s. After the 90s, we said, in 2000, we said, good, I think the problems are over. But now, any minute you can hear of another coup. Meaning, but why is it that we don't hear of a coup in Europe? Why should coups be associated with leadership in Africa? Why not in Europe? Europe, they fought. They really fought in Europe, we know. The world wars in Europe, First, Second World War, they fought. But they then realized that they would not get anywhere. They then talk of European Union, European this. Now, we don't hear of coups. So it's for PAP to say, our heads of states, please, what has gone wrong? Why it is wrong with Africa? Why don't we hear of a coup in Germany, UK, in France? Why is it quiet? I think PAP should debate these issues. And say, why Africa? And I know you say leaders of Africa, they are the ones who stay forever, they don't want to leave. But you have coups in countries that the leader is not even 2 full terms. After 1 term, the leader is removed. They have not even done their 2 terms. They are removed. Our own brother who was here, who became president of Niger, President Bazoum, in Niger, he won. Before he finished his first term, he was removed by the military. So is it because he overstayed? No. So what are the real causes? Some leaders have stayed for many years. No coup. And Cameroon have just re-elected their president, Paul Biya, for example. They elected him. He stayed there, I don't know how many years, maybe more than 40 years, I don't know, 50 years. And he's over 90 years. But they elected him. And there's no coup and they are quiet. So let's not be simplistic about solutions. It means don't be so, when you talk of what causes, don't look at individuals you hate. No, look at the realities. Because what you are saying may not be correct with respect to other countries. So what is it that in other countries what they are saying does not happen? So it means our analysis is not deeper. We should go deeper. That why do people remove leaders in Africa? And in other cases, they don't remove them. There is something that we need to talk to. And I'm just saying, that's why we are here for 2 weeks. That's why we are here for 2 weeks, to interrogate these issues and say, we want to help the continent. So I'm just pointing out some of those things like parliamentary diplomacy. Are we doing it ourselves? We have a dialogue again, a very important dialogue. Civil society, our people will come into this chamber seeking the wisdom of parliamentarians together. Out there, civil society, sometimes we work as enemies. They'll come here and say, please, our honorables, we are here, we are civil society. This is what you see, this is what we see. Why can't we see this together? And then we work together. Good news. People coming to PAP means they have confidence in this institution. There are so many, you will see this time, who have come to work with us, work with PAP, and we should celebrate ourselves, right? Who do several model laws, to try and guide the continent, on various matters. I won't go through what sort of model laws, but that is coming. We are going to look at that and several other important issues during this session. Please attend, please come early so that we transact a business. We will allow committees on Tuesday, tomorrow afternoon, to wind up and refine their reports as committees, so that you come and tell us also in your area what exactly you are saying. The Committee on Human Rights or Justice, very critical. We want you to tell us, because people are always saying human rights on the continent, human rights on the continent. And we'll have technology, AI. Where are we now with regard to issues of energy science, technology on the continent? We expect the Health Committee to tell us the state of the health of the continent. The health of the continent. Do we still have COVID? Is COVID gone forever? Is it somewhere nearby? What are the health threats currently, or there's nothing? The Committee on Privileges, the Rules Committee, we were asked to relook at some of our rules. The Legal Council did some draft. The Committee on Rules has sat down to look at the 120 proposed review of our rules. But you know very well that rules, for internal rules, can only be passed by this parliament only. Rules of PAP cannot be made from outside, except things that are in the constitution, in the protocol. We cannot change what is in the protocol. No. Only member states can change or amend the protocol of the AU. But for rules of PAP, those are internal, those are ours. Those we can decide tomorrow to start at 2. We can start change, our rules. No, we should not start at 9, let's start at 8. Those are internal rules. So we have those rules as proposed by the Legal Council. Our committee has sat down, they have reviewed. Now there is a report that we expect for them to give us. That report should then end up into a draft rules, and then we pass those amended. Some may not even be amended. And then we expect that those rules need to be presented to the policy organs in February. We are running behind badly. We are very, very, very behind. We need to pull up our socks to complete that one. The European Union, EU MPs are coming to PAP. Not all, I think we're about 15 or so, who join us. We will work together with the European Union on developing a preliminary draft between PAP and EU on the EU-Africa strategy. There's something called the EU-Africa strategy. I think it has been running for some years, more than 20 years. There will be a review of that strategy between Africa and the European Union, and our heads of state will meet 24, 25 November in Rwanda, Angola, to look at how the strategy can be improved. But before that summit in Angola, we will next week be sitting with our European Union parliamentarians. So this is the P side of the AU-EU summit. the parliamentarians will meet and say, this is what we think our heads of state should also consider in their meeting, in our strategy to improve the lives of the people on this continent and the people out there in Europe. Otherwise, I've been trying to run through what I see as the salient features of our session. And I implore on you that at 9, we are all here every day so that we can finish this business. We please report at 9. Some of you, a few of you came late. And when I look like this, I can see the faces that came late because your chairs were empty at 9. Please help us beginning tomorrow. And I should announce again that this afternoon we'll meet again in this chamber to look at our issues which I mentioned this morning. Otherwise, I'm very much happy. This meeting is formally opened so that for 2 weeks we should be. Don't leave early unless there's a real crisis which you share with us. Don't just disappear. We are here in this chamber up to the 14th. The official day is 15th. So if you want to leave early, please come and tell us that you have an emergency and we agree that it is truly an emergency. Otherwise, I'm happy seeing all of you. I'm happy to our partners that are in this room, our ambassadors, and our strong bureau, a very strong bureau. And yesterday in the bureaucracy meeting, I was reminded that you have a bureau with 2 very strong women. Yesterday I was reminded that a bureau with these 2 strong women, very strong women. Yes. Yes. So women don't come late. Don't come after 9 if we have 2 strong women in the bureau, and then you come at 9:30. It's a contradiction. Honorable Gayo is missing from the team. His situation is that the whole delegation of Ethiopia, you don't see them here. They're in parliament. All of them. There's very urgent business, important business in their parliament. And all the members have not been funded to come to PAP because the parliament insists that everyone should attend. They want to finish off business. The term is ending sometime early next year. They'll go into elections. So they want the current parliament to make sure that they will go through all the outstanding business. So apologies from Honorable Dr. Gayo and his team. Otherwise, he wanted to be with us throughout the 2 weeks. But we are in charge. We're connecting with him. Sometimes during the meetings, you connect virtually. And even during the bureau meetings, he is participating from that side. He may, at times, say, come for a day or 2 only. He may come. If he doesn't, it's because the business in his parliament is too tight. I thank you. I've welcomed honorable members, I've welcomed MPs. We now want to be welcomed to South Africa. I've welcomed you to PAP. So representing the host country is Madame Sibiu Mashako. who is the Director AU in the Department of International Relations Cooperation, which is the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Please come forward and welcome all of us to South Africa.
Very good morning, honorable members, or good afternoon, so to speak. It's been quite an early morning. Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, His Excellency, the Right Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, the President of the Global Council for Tolerance and Peace, our Honorable Guest of Honor, Your Excellency Ahmed Mohamed Al-Jarwan, the Vice Presidents of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Dr. Fatimetu Habib, Honorable Lucia Dos Passos, and Honorable Jida Mama Mohammed. The Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, who is joining us virtually, Honorable Musa Sow, the APRM CEO, Ambassador Marie-Antoinette Rose Katre. The Dean of the African Ambassadors, I suppose we were expecting him. I didn't see him. Members of the Diplomatic Corps, the Pan-African Parliament ambassadors here present with us, Madam Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, Ms. Lindiwe Kumalo, representatives of our development partners, distinguished and invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is both an honor and a privilege to address this august sitting today on behalf of the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. And I wish to warmly welcome you to the Republic of South Africa. This is an important gathering, and we gather at the moment defined by the African Union's 2025 theme of the year, Justice for Africans and People of African Descent through Reparations. This theme compels us to confront our history with honesty and courage. The theme also calls on us to advance justice, not only as a principle, but as a lived reality of all Africans, the one that restores dignity, promotes equality, and drives the progress our continent so richly deserves. Most importantly, the theme impels us that the reform agenda of the global political and economic architecture can be accelerated to change the historical imbalances that currently exist and to truly restore the dignity of Africans and people of African descent. We were equally honored to have the President's participation, and here we thank you very much, Mr. President, at the inaugural Diaspora Week launched on the 8th of October 2025 here in Pretoria in collaboration with the 6th region. The event reflected that the implementation of the 2025 AU theme on reparations require concerted efforts and comprehensive partnership. Mr. President, 2025 equally marks the 70th anniversary of the Bandung Principles. This important sitting of the PAP must underscore enduring relevance of the Bandung Principles. And some of them are very familiar and they are often echoed in this house. The principle of solidarity, the principle of mutual respect, issues of adherence to international law, human rights, as well as issues that talks to repairing the imbalances of the past. These timeless principles continue to serve as the moral and political compass guiding the Pan-African Parliament in its mission to advance continental unity, promoting peace, and foster sustainable development across Africa. Most importantly, these principles resonate profoundly with the mission of the Pan-African Parliament, which gives voices to the peoples of Africa and ensures that justice, accountability, and integrity guide our collective journey towards integration and transformation. As a proud host nation to the Pan-African Parliament, South Africa remains steadfast in its commitment to supporting this vital institution in translating these ideals into tangible outcomes. In line with the African Union's Agenda 2063 and the broader aspirations of the Global South. This will be reinforced by our chairship of the African Union Ministerial Committee on the follow-up to the implementation of Agenda 2063, which we will be leading or are currently leading for the period 2025 to 2027. We have taken over from Ghana. And it would be very good, Mr. President, that we partner together with this august sitting and House to be able to see how best to accelerate the implementation of Agenda 2063 in the second decade on implementation of Agenda 2063. Honorable members, the PAP stands as a cornerstone of the African Union's institutional framework, which represents a living symbol of our commitment to democracy, unity, and shared governance. It translates our continental aspirations into legislative action and policy oversight in ensuring that the Africa we want becomes not just a vision, but a lived reality that uplifts every African citizenry. It is an expression of our wavering commitment to Pan-Africanism and multilateral cooperation. And in this regard, we remain resolute that we will continue to provide infrastructure, security, logistical support, and the necessary support to the Pan-African Parliament for the effective and independent functioning as well as discharge of its mandate. Honorable members, the work of the PAP is indispensable to the success of our continental priorities, especially the African Continental Free Trade Area. The AfCFTA represents the promise of Africa's economic integration, Africa's self-reliance, as well as Africa's economic independence. And this is guided by this noble spirit of continental cooperation. And hence, it is always referred to as a transformative platform for accelerating industrialization, boosting intra-Africa trade, and positioning our continent as a competitive player in global markets. Excellencies, we also commend this Parliament for its ongoing efforts in promoting peace and security. Mr. President, we were listening to your statement a few minutes ago when you addressed issues of peace and security. And we are quite encouraged by your resolute approach towards dealing decisively with issues and challenges of peace and security in the continent. South Africa supports the PAP's initiatives in early warning systems, mediation, and post-conflict reconstruction. And we look forward to the peace and security deliberations currently on the agenda for the current sitting. Honorable members, no less vital is the Parliament's advocacy for gender equality and empowerment, as well as youth empowerment. Africa's future will be determined by how we nurture and unleash the potential for women and young people. We are equally delighted that the Beijing Plus 30 conference will be held on the margins of the current sitting. So are we very impressed by the amount of efforts that the APRM, led by its CEO, Ambassador Katre, to deal decisively with the challenges of the continent in terms of youth and our young people. So, Madam, we wish to commend you and to encourage you to do more and to say that you are on the right track. South Africa stands ready to collaborate with the PAP in advancing all these values and to ensure eventually that we expand opportunities for youth employment, particularly in the green economy, the digital sector, and innovation industry, where mostly we know our youth is very active within those sectors. Mr. President, we must also act decisively in confronting the existential threat of climate change, which continues to undermine our developmental progress and exacerbate vulnerabilities across the continent. It is our hope that, Mr. President, the PAP will be represented at the COP30 in Brazil, and we look forward to the input of this august House in that context. Excellencies, as the world enters the era of digital transformation, the PAP has an opportunity to lead in crafting ethical frameworks for artificial intelligence and emerging technologies that reflect African values and protect our digital sovereignty. South Africa welcomes the collaboration with the PAP and the AU institutions to build an inclusive, secure, and empowering digital future for all Africans. Distinguished members, good governance, transparency, and respect for human rights remain the pillars of sustainable development. The PAP's oversight role in these areas strengthens the legitimacy of our continental institutions and reinforces the confidence of our citizens in the African Union project. South Africa's commitment to these principles is therefore reaffirmed and unwavering. Mr. President, as we deliberate under this year's theme of reparatory justice, let us renew our collective resolve to turn our shared pain into power and our shared history into hope. Together, through the Pan-African Parliament, we can contribute and continue to build the Africa we deserve. An Africa united in purpose, rich in opportunity, and confident in its destiny. I therefore thank you. Ke a leboga, enkosi, danki, asante sana, shukran jazilan, obrigado, gracias, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause. May I now invite our first presenter of a solidarity message to PAP and congratulate her and should be presenting virtually. There is a pre-recorded address by the new director of a new institution, AU institution, called Africa Medicines Agency, whose headquarters are in Kigali, Rwanda. And there's a new agency, and the first director general of that agency is Dr. Mimi Delese Dako. It's a pre-recorded address. Can we proceed?
IT, please. Can you fix the sound?
Our IT, we are quiet, but you shouldn't be quiet. You should be active. No volume. If you are hearing us,
coordinate, to strengthen, and to harmonize the regulation of medical products across the entire continent. These include vaccines, other complex therapies, medicines, including herbal medicines, this esteemed house. At the moment when Africa is excellencies, thank you, and it is a great privilege, it is a great honor to address this esteemed house. At the moment when Africa is redefining its place in global health in such an amazing landscape, as representatives of the people, I am most pleased to represent and present to you, the people of Africa, the Africa Medicines Agency, the AMA. The Africa Medicines Agency, AMA, is Africa's own continental regulatory authority, just like the European have the European Medicines Agency, and it is established under the Africa Union Treaty to coordinate, to strengthen, and to harmonize the regulation of medical products across the entire continent. These include vaccines, other complex therapies, medicines, including herbal medicines, and medical devices. Simply put, AMA exists to ensure that every African has access to safe, to effective, to efficacious, and to quality assured medical products, no matter where they find themselves on the continent. By working with national regulatory authorities, working with economic communities, and working with global partners, AMA will bring convergence plus scientific rigor to the oversight of medicines. This will ensure that there's faster access to life-saving innovations. We will be able to combat substandard and falsified medical products that plague us and continue to plague us on the continent. And we will also build trust in Africa's own manufacturing ecosystem. In short, AMA is here to convene and support national regulatory authorities in Africa, to build capacity and support the local industries to manufacture Africa's own medical products. It is worth noting that AMA is not here to compete or to replace national regulatory authorities. It is actually here to add value. So what the agencies or the countries cannot do or will take them long to do, AMA will support them to do. What it will take maybe 2 or 3 countries need products quickly, AMA will convene the countries together, support them with the capacity they need to ensure that these medicines reach the patients quicker. This will ensure that countries are strengthened, and it will ensure that Africa's health security is truly continental. AMA became operational finally in October this year, but the good thing is that it is not starting from scratch. It is building on the foundation that the African Medicines Regulatory Harmonization Initiative, which is all the regulatory authorities of the African Union member states supported by the AUDA, NEPAD, and the World Health Organization, who act as secretariats under the leadership of the African Union Commission and other partners, have already started work on. This AMRH initiative has demonstrated that African regulators can work together and jointly review products for quicker access to market. And that is what we all are looking for. If you remember, during COVID, Europe had vaccinated their people, 82% of their people, before Africa even got one vaccine. And that is what the African Medicines Agency is going to ensure that never happens again. AMA therefore represents a continuum of African leadership in health regulation. It is not a new beginning, but a strong progression. Honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, I now present to you the vision and the strategic drive ahead for AMA. As the first Director General of AMA, my vision is clear, and it is to make AMA Africa's beacon of regulatory excellence, driven by science, driven by innovation, and brought together through collaboration. In the coming years, we will focus on, first, strengthening national and regional regulatory systems through coordinated assessments, through inspections, and through reliance models. So what one country has done, when the capacity is there, other countries can rely on those countries and quickly approve products. Secondly, we will support local pharmaceutical manufacturing by doing what we call technology transfer, something that is manufactured in Europe or the Americas. We will ensure that we facilitate so that the technology is brought to Africa, and we will support the countries so that Africa can produce more of what it consumes rather than just importing the products. Thirdly, we'll be investing in regulatory science. More clinical trials will be done in Africa because clinical trials should be done in the population that it is being used right from the beginning and not at the end, so that drugs that are medical products that are used in Africa are more tailored to the African population. We will ensure that now they say everything is being digitized. We'll ensure that we have strong data systems and digital transformation right across the continent. And AMA will do that and draw all the countries along with it to ensure that AMA is modern, AMA is agile, and AMA is a transparent agency. And AMA will not do that by itself. As AMA is moving, AMA will take all the 55 member states with it because the communication has to go together. We will also build strong partnerships with the gatekeepers, that is the Africa CDC, who are the surveillance agency, who are the gatekeepers for the entire continent. AMA will work with the Africa CDC, it will work with the Africa Development Bank, it will work with the WHO, it will work with the European Union, the US FDA, the United States Pharmacopoeia, the Gates Foundation, and it will also work with the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, because at the end of the day, we want whatever we produce on the continent to be freely sold to other countries on the continent. So whatever is produced in Nigeria should be able to be sold in Egypt, should be able to be sold in South Africa, should be able to be sold in Tanzania, in Ghana, etc. And many others who are very willing to support Africa's regulatory harmonization and capacity strengthening journey. But most importantly, AMA's success will depend on how well we work with you, the policymakers and representatives of our people, to sustain political and financial commitment. Without that, AMA will not go very far. Now, I humbly want to present what we need from our esteemed Pan-African Parliament. Honorable members, AMA is now operational in Kigali, but its true strength comes when all 55 member states are part of the treaty. To date, we have 31 countries that have ratified the treaty, but we still have some distance to go to get the remaining 24 countries to ratify the treaty. I therefore call on this Parliament to use its powerful voice to champion ratification of the AMA Treaty in countries that are yet to do so. And I know countries are willing because they see the value that AMA will add. So when all the member states join, Africa will finally have one harmonized system, ensuring that a medicine approved in one country can benefit a patient across the continent. Secondly, we will want to seek your advocacy for the country seed contributions to strengthen AMA's financial sustainability. These national commitments, even modest, will demonstrate ownership, will ensure that AMA remains an African-led, an African-funded, and an African-owned institution. Yes, there are partners that want to support AMA, but we want to ensure that we own AMA, and it is not owned by any partner. So the country seed contribution, however small, it is a sign and a symbol that we are willing to sustain AMA ourselves. Finally, your continued political support will help anchor AMA within the broader AU priorities from the Africa Continental Free Trade Area to Agenda 2063 and the Lusaka Agenda for Health Manufacturing. Honorable members, as I conclude, I'd like to emphasize that the establishment of AMA is not just a regulatory milestone. It is a declaration of confidence that Africa can build, Africa can govern, and Africa can sustain its own system of excellence. AMA intends to be a regulatory authority of excellence. It will have ISO systems, it will be benchmarked, it will sit at par with regulatory authorities like the European Medicines Agency. As I always say, we are not starting from where they started off. We are starting from where they are, and we are running alongside them. Today, we must ensure that AMA becomes the living symbol of Africa unity in health, in science, and in innovation. Together, we must create an Africa where no child dies because of a quality medicine was out of reach, where no child dies because of a substandard or falsified medicine, where no child died because they could not get what a medical products or a medical device to test whatever disease that they were suffering from, and where African-made medicines are trusted, are traded, and are used across our borders. With your continued support and advocacy, I have no doubt that we can make this vision a reality, from innovation to access, because when Africa regulates together, Africa thrives together. Thank you so much for this privilege. And I hope that the next time I speak to this august house, it will be in person. God bless you all. And thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Shukran. Merci beaucoup. Asante sana. Muito obrigado. Our next message of solidarity from Honorable Idrissa Sow, Chairperson of the Banjul Commission, and we congratulate you for rising to this office.
Je vous remercie, Honorable Président, pour votre...
Thank you very much, Honorable President, for congratulating me. Your Excellency, Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable members of other African Union organs, Madam Lindiwe Khumalo, Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Human Rights Commission, I'd like to express my gratitude to the Pan-African Parliament and to its president for having invited me to take part in the opening of the 6th ordinary session of the Pan-African Parliament. Please allow me to congratulate you and to express solidarity as you begin the proceedings of the session. I should like to mention a collaboration between the Pan-African Parliament and the Banjul Commission. We share a common vision, and that is one of the African Union, a united, integrated, strong Africa governed by its nationals, and it has to become a solid continental organization with legislative function. We participate in the decision-making in order to find solutions to the challenges that Africa faces. It is with a great pride that I'm addressing the representatives of the people that you represent. As the new chairperson of the Banjul Commission, I would like to reaffirm my commitment to strengthen the existing links between the Commission and the Pan-African Parliament. I take this opportunity to reiterate my thanks to you and to the institution for having adopted on the 5th of July 2024 a resolution which is a motion of support to the adoption of the draft protocol of the African Charter on the death penalty in Africa. To accelerate the validation of this protocol from the African Union organs, Your Excellency, Mr. President, honorable members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, justice for Africans or people of African descent in terms of reparations is the theme selected by the Pan-African Parliament for this session. We are convinced that there will be no effective justice without reparations. The fate of our continent and its diaspora have suffered injustice. Slavery, colonization, and systemic discrimination have left scars that necessitate concrete action for reparations. Recognizing this historic injustice would not be limited to just expressing regret. It should include the establishment of a legal and moral and historic responsibility to those who have benefited from slavery. Over and above this responsibility, we think that it would not be inappropriate to claim formal reparations, to ask for restitution of cultural goods, as well as the reforms of laws when Africa was still under colonization. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, our continent is at a crossing point. The Africa that we serve is in full mutation with immense possibilities and opportunities. There are systemic crises that we know about. And today, more than ever, it is our determination to act together to support all Africans politically, economically, socially, environmentally, so that we have a culture of peace, good governance, and respect of human rights. For a continent to move towards that direction, our countries will be able to have full sovereignty and also face exploitation and oppression in order to reach our development objectives and the welfare of its peoples. I reiterate the availability of the Commission to continue cooperating with the PAP to create a framework for respect of human rights in Africa. I would be remiss if I did not mention the catastrophic security situation in Sudan. It is now more than urgent to remobilize our forces and our energy to preserve fundamental rights of security and freedom on our continent. I reiterate my thanks to you, Your Excellency, Mr. President, and I wish the Pan-African Parliament a very fruitful deliberations. I thank you for your attention.
Merci beaucoup, Excellency Idrissa Sow, Chairperson of the Banjul Commission. Thank you very much. Shukran. We promise to work with you very, very closely. We collaborate on important matters, and we look forward to you coming over to South Africa. Tell us when you have the time so that we sit physically and share with you our own vision, ambitions, and programs of the Pan-African Parliament. And similarly, you share with us the trajectory that you are moving as the Commission in charge of human rights, human and people's rights on the continent. So we feel very encouraged that you found time to deliver this message. So thank you very much. Shukran, merci beaucoup. We meet again. Thank you. Thank you. Our next institution to present, and of course, the person leading that institution is none other than the CEO, Chief Executive Officer of the African Peer Review Mechanism, APRM, who is here physically, Ambassador Marie Antoinette Rose Cotre. You are welcome.
Your Excellency, the Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, and Your Excellencies, members of the Bureau of PAP, His Excellency Ahmed Mohamed Al-Jawan, President of the Global Council for Tolerance and Peace, my dear sister Director Sybil Maklaho, Representative of DIRCO, Dr. Mimi Delese Danko, the DG of the Africa Medicines Agency, the Honorable Musa Sow, Chairperson of the Banjul Commission, Your Excellency, Honorable Members of the Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors and High Commissioners, my dear sister, the Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a profound honor to address you at this esteemed sixth ordinary session of the Pan-African Parliament, and I kindly wish to extend my sincere gratitude and deep appreciation to the leadership of PAP for this opportunity. And as you know, Parliament is indeed my natural habitat. I was myself a parliamentarian and later leader of government business in Parliament in my own country, the Republic of Seychelles. It is indeed a great privilege to speak from this rostrum here in Midrand, the seat of the Pan-African Parliament, the voice of African peoples and custodian of our democratic values. I kindly wish to take this opportunity to welcome new members of the Pan-African Parliament. You are now part of the collective that consolidates the aspirations of African peoples. an institution that fosters for greater unity, solidarity, and cohesion in a larger community transcending cultural, ideological, ethnic, and religious and national differences. Therefore, at all times, these values and principles should always be a powerful guide, a reminder that we occupy the positions that we do to serve and to advance the aspirations of our people with focus, honesty, transparency, dedication, selflessness, and service. Your Excellencies, at this moment, when our continent and our peoples of African descent all over the world are striving to reclaim dignity, justice, and agency, I extend on behalf of the African Peer Review Mechanism our warm congratulations to the leadership of PAB for convening this session under the 2025 theme of the African Union, Justice for Africans and People of African Descent through Reparations. Indeed, as was recently affirmed by the Pan-African Parliament itself, reparative justice is central to building a future where Africans and their descendants thrive, free from the shackles of history. Reviewing the governance and development landscapes across Africa, the APRM has observed repeatedly that lasting progress depends not only on sound policies and institutional frameworks, but on the deep restoration of dignity, on truth-telling about our history, and on the readiness that elevates the condition of the many. As the great Pan-Africanist Kwame Nkrumah reminded us, it is clear that we must find an African solution to our problems, and that this can only be found in African unity. In the spirit of his words, we recognize that asking for justice, for reparations, is not simply a backward-looking gesture of compensation. It is a forward-looking strategy for transformation, sustainable development, and true continental agency. The APRM country reviews in 26 AU member states have consistently signaled that unless governance systems and budgets, institutions, and communities reflect accountability, inclusion, and restorative justice, the historical legacies of colonialism and exclusion will continue to constrain Africa's potential and the prosperity of a people of African descent. Let me reveal a key insight from our recently concluded APRM targeted review mission to the Republic of Sao Tome and Principe on tourism as an engine for economic growth and environmental protection. The island nation's history reveals one of the earliest and most poignant examples of Africa's exploitation. It was a hub, both a hub of the transatlantic slave trade and the birthplace of modern sugarcane plantation economy, whose model was tragically replicated across the Atlantic in the Caribbean and the Americas and the Indian Ocean. Our country review mission observed that while this painful legacy shaped global capitalism and migration, the people of Sao Tome and Principe today are courageously transforming that memory into a narrative of resilience, leveraging cultural heritage and inclusive tourism to empower local communities and restore historical dignity. This observation speaks directly to the African Union's 2025 theme, which calls on all of us to link truth and remembrance to justice and reparations, ensuring that history becomes not a burden, but a source of healing and renewal. I'm certain that the APRM targeted review mission of the Republic of Zimbabwe on economic governance and management that we shall be undertaking this month will also reveal how the historical legacies of colonialism and exclusion have constrained economic growth, sustainable development, and full potential for prosperity for all in Zimbabwe. We shall also be deploying this month the second generation country review mission to the Republic of Sierra Leone and another APRM mission to Egypt on targeted review on administrative reforms, thus advancing our continent-wide program of peer learning, transparency, and shared improvement. All these reviews will be presented to the 35th APRM Forum of Heads of State and Government, scheduled to take place in February next year. We shall also present all of them to the PAP immediately thereafter. Your Excellencies, the Africa Governance Report on Natural Resources Governance 2025, adopted by the AU Summit in February and prepared by the APRM in close collaboration with the AGA platform, of which PAP is an important member, highlights that blue economy is projected to contribute $405 billion and create 57 million jobs by 2030. The report has revealed that the continent has 65% of the world's arable land, thus Africa is capable of leading agricultural industries that meet global food and green industry demands. In terms of mineral resources, Africa holds 30% of the world's known mineral resources, including significant reserves of cobalt, platinum group metals, graphite, lithium, and uranium. However, only 10 to 15% of the value of mineral resources is retained in Africa, a clear manifestation of the historical legacies of colonialism and exclusion. As Walter Rodney said in his book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, he said, in a way, underdevelopment is a paradox. Many parts of the world that are naturally rich are actually poor, and parts that are not so well off in wealth of soil and subsoil are enjoying the higher standards of living. When the capitalists from the developed parts of the world try to explain this paradox, they often make it sound as though there is something God-given about the situation without giving a historical explanation. Your Excellencies, it is against this backdrop that the APRM, in partnership with PAP, is organizing in a few days from now, on the 10th and 11th of November, here at the Pan-African Parliament premises, the APRM Youth Symposium under the theme, Youth in Governance, From Promise to Prosperity. Our youth must be ideologically firm. They must strive for an integrated continent, politically united and based on the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Africa's Renaissance. They must not be merely beneficiaries of development. They must be co-designers and custodians. This symposium will convene young leaders, ministers, parliamentarians, civil society representatives, and continental youth networks to transform aspiration into actionable participation, reinforcing that governance must be inclusive, intergenerational, and innovation-driven. The symposium will also be the foundation of our next African Governance Report 2027, which will focus on youth in governance from promise to prosperity. We are also organizing in close partnership with the PPA, the Pan-African Inter-Party Dialogue on Democracy and Good Governance, and the Pan-African Parliament, the Southern Africa Political Parties Summit in Maseru, the Kingdom of Lesotho, from the 11th to the 12th of December this year. We also want our political parties to strive for an integrated continent, politically united and based on the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Africa's Renaissance, but most importantly, to address governance challenges on the continent. The review of the first 10-year implementation plan of AU Agenda 2063, the 2013 to 2023, the APRM country review reports, as well as the Africa Governance Report on unconstitutional changes of government, have all revealed persistent poor governance and serious governance challenges across the continent. These reports have been reinforced by reports by the UNDP, EFDB, World Bank, Afrobarometer, Accord, Mo Ibrahim, and The Economist, to name a few. Your Excellencies, It would be remiss of me if I do not reflect on elections held in our member states this year. The Africa Governance Report on Unconstitutional Changes of Government 2023, prepared by the APRM and adopted by the AU heads of states, also reveal that the continent continues to grapple with critical issues that threaten democratic stability, sustainable development, effective and good governance. Among these issues is integrity of democratic elections, diversity management, and human rights abuses, as well as corruption. While we welcome free, fair, and transparent elections in most of our member states, as well as peaceful transfer of power in some of our member states, we are also concerned by election-related violence in some of our member states that have been categorized by loss of life, injuries, and destruction of property and public infrastructure. We call on our governments and all stakeholders to guarantee the integrity of elections so that people can vote freely and fairly, and the outcome becomes a true expression of their will. Integrity of elections is one of the triggers of unconstitutional changes of government. Therefore, it is imperative that we give it priority. Your Excellencies, our call to action today in solidarity with the Pan-African Parliament is fourfold. First, we must embed reparations as a governance priority, not just through apologies or symbolic acts, but through legal frameworks, budget allocations, education reforms, and climate finance arrangements that redress inequality. Second, we must ensure the full participation of youth, women, persons with disabilities, and the African diaspora in governance so that the arc of justice bends inclusively and progressively towards shared prosperity. Third, we must accelerate peer review processes, promote data transparency, and institutionalize shared learning across member states. The APRM's reviews in Zimbabwe, Sierra Leone, Sao Tome and Principe, and Egypt are not ends in themselves. They are tools for action, monitoring, and accountability. Their findings will be subsequently shared with AU policy organs, including this esteemed Pan-African Parliament, for deliberation and dissemination. Fourth, and we must give priority in ensuring the integrity of our elections and respect for the rule of law and human rights, if ever we are serious about addressing the resurgence of UCGs on the continent. In conclusion, let me reaffirm that the struggle for Africa's justice, dignity, and self-reliance continues. We, the African Peer Review Mechanism, reaffirm our partnership with the Pan-African Parliament to hold up the mirror of governance, to demand transparency and accountability, and to elevate the promise of Africa into the prosperity of Africa. Together, governments, parliaments, youth, diaspora, civil society, and the private sector, we shall reclaim our past, govern our present, and build our future, and let history not say we were silent. I thank you for your kind attention. Shukran, Siabonga, gracias, obrigado, merci, and asante sana.
Another round of applause. I should say the CEO of NEPAD, you may know, she's a former member of parliament in Seychelles. That's why she's very good. Yeah, that's why she's very good. You need that background of being elected in your life, and you see people voting for you or not voting for you. Then you know what people, how to work with people. So listening to your speech, it shows that it's grounded, it's rooted in well connection with people. And of course, ambassador, former member of parliament. So now CEO of NEPAD. I want to clap for you again. We now move to the high point of this opening ceremony. The guest of honor is about to take the floor. Let me say, I'm just reading, it's a long experience. The president, founder, Global Council for Tolerance and Peace in Malta, the president of Arab Experts Union, President, Paris Forum for Peace and Development, President, Executive Office of Arab Federations Forum, President, this one I can't read, I think it's in French, Fondation for Islamic Culture and Religious Tolerance, former member of National Federal Council of the United Arab Emirates, means former president of the Arab Parliament, retired staff, colonel engineer, means he was in the army, means he was an engineer in the army, and means he was a staff colonel. And I can go on and on. His name, His Excellency, the distinguished guest of honor, Excellency Ahmed Mohammed Al Jarwan. Please take the podium now. Come to where I'm standing.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you.
I'm honored. Thank you.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, ladies and gentlemen, greetings. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Allow me to make my address in Arabic. Ladies and gentlemen, members of PAB, His Honorable Chief Chirombira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, members and representatives of the various countries. Thank you. And I'm honored to participate in this PAB session, which represent the voice of more than 1 billion people in Africa, representing the aspirations of the African continent that managed through time to transform aspiration into acts on the ground and to establish a project for peace and renaissance. And I would like to thank the African Parliament for having given me the chance, and for the honorable members and all the delegations of the Parliament from different countries. And what have they shown of enhancing the parliamentary debate and uniting the work and establishing partnerships that serve people in Africa and outside the continent. The meeting of these parliaments in one roof in itself is a strong message of stability and peace. And it confirms that nations can be able to determine their future if they come together to enhance their interests. I would like to reiterate my thanks to Chief Chirambura for his invitation, for inviting me, and his participation in the 13th session of the International Parliament for Peace that was hosted in Chad in October last month, where more than 40 parliaments participated. This was a presence which indicates the depth of the African Parliament, the relationship, and also in forming the trends of international peace. The African experience taught us that peace is not a political decision, but it is a national path and also enhancement of people's will, and also it indication that institutions are enhanced in order to move in peace. And Africa has gone through different paths in history. It was not just a place of conflicts, but also a place for creativity and also observance of national interest, and also the coexistence between the various ethnics and religions. While we are recalling this rich history, today we say that the world is facing existential challenges. Unfortunately, in the voice or the sound of the gun is high. In this, from this platform, we would like to call upon all the countries that are going through different circumstances and internal conflicts that they should be responsible before their nations, because peace is not a weakness as some may think, but it is a moral strength, and it is civilizational that rises above the logic of violence. And we also have to be inspired by what Nelson Mandela has presented. He presented a project of life and decision of the states, message to entire humanity. Mandela proved that to choose reconciliation instead of defeat and peace instead of war, a person who chooses this creates the future. And in this context, we cannot ignore what happens in the Palestinian territory, especially in Gaza. Where the suffering, the human suffering, requires speedy strengthening of the peace path, and the conflict there is deepening wounds. Nations cannot be built under fire or besiege, and people cannot prosper when there is no hope. And we emphasize that just system can only be achieved with establishment of independent Palestinian state as pursuant to international decisions. And also in Sudan, this country that we aspire to become a civil, ruled by civilians. The continuation of conflicts there only increases pain and can only add poverty to those who are innocent. Everyone must remember that there are women and children who do not have future if the war is to continue. And our responsibility is not to deliver speeches, but to give them hope and contribute to stopping the conflict and create peace. And I would like to appreciate the international position that the International Security Council has adopted, And this is a development which confirms the confidence of the international community, and also the trust that the international community has put on King Mohammed VI. With regard to we would like to emphasize our support for all that provides peace and stability in North Africa. We would like to emphasize that Africa is not looking only for peace. Africa is not only looking for peace, but also creates peace. And it's not waiting for future, but it builds the future. We in the International Council for Peace and Tolerance, which brings together more than 100 parliaments, we are proud of this PAB, which represents a pivotal corner in our parliament system, and also shares with us to make the legislative diplomacy part of the culture of peace and tolerance, and also to detest terrorism and extremism. In parliaments today are considered not only for legislation, but also responsible for protection of society from hate speech and empowering peace and women, enhancing social justice, and also laying the policies that make peace right for everyone, not only a privilege for people other than others, and also believe that Africa today is able to lead, to give an example to the world when it comes to peace, and also to be an ethical balance of power, and also to present through its parliaments a message, very clear message, that development is not isolated from tolerance, and that peace without justice is just a temporary pause. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa has proven that reconciliation is better than war. Unity is better than being scattered. And on this day, I would like to emphasize our readiness in the International Council for Tolerance to enhance our cooperation with African Parliament and support all the initiatives that can make the continent an international platform for dissemination of the peace and tolerance culture and exchange of respect among nations. At the end, I would like to call upon the African youth that you are not only the children of this country, but you are the builders of its future, and that the entire world is looking forward to see your example in leading peace, not as receivers of solutions, but as makers of solutions. Thank you for Africa, the continent that always reminds the world that peace is not a far-fetched dream, but it is a fact that people will make when people determine to do so, Thank you very much. Greetings. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you.
Point of order, President.
Okay. Yes. Yes. Come over. Already given.
It will be our honor to give
It's coming from you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
From all the members of the parliament. Maybe it will come here so the podium doesn't. Sorry. Maybe it can be sites or closing.
Just to show it to you. For transparency, I show it to you, transparency, that you see what has been given. Thank you very much. Yeah, on this call, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Can I have Honorable Habib, Dr. Habib, as you come over? We also, PAP cannot be left behind. We also rise to the occasion and say, we are presenting to you the continent of Africa, so that you remember this moment forever. So here, another photograph.
Precious.
Thank you. Dr. Habib, what else things?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شكرا سيد الرئيس. في نهاية الجلسة الأولى في هذا.
Honorable President, on this opening day of our parliamentary session, I would like to thank our visitors on behalf of the Pan-African Parliament, and in my personal capacity, I would also like to thank our guest of honor for accepting our invitation to attend our session. And this is quite significant for us. It is a sign that we are taking the Pan-African Parliament seriously, and that we will continue to support this institution that is working towards the improvement of the lives of Africans. Thank you very much.
Honorable members of the Bureau, Pan-African Parliament, it is now 25 minutes to 2. We come back at 3 o'clock come back 2:45. All of us back in the chamber 2:45. 2:45, that's 2:45, or call it 14:45. We come back in the chamber at that time. Thank you very much. Break for lunch. For a photo session outside. Let's go to the usual place for photo session, please. Hey, these papers, but there's this one. That one. This one I need in my office. The rest can remain here.
2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour d'un côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des soins techniques mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sens à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our old strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991, with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa, and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À ces effets, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour un côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des soins techniques mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires résistants à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
So you are to us a very important forum, for which we can share some issues to member states of this continent who established Pan-African Parliament. This parliament was established by member states whom you actually represent yourselves.
E a resolução dizia que essa auditoria forense deveria ser apresentado na Cimeira dos Chefes de Estado agora, que vai ser realizada em julho.
Il est question que si le protocole de Malabo a été ratifié, nous passons à un Parlement qui doit légiférer. En ce moment, on doit voter des parlementaires panafricains.
I'm very happy that after this session we have attended here at the Pan-African Parliament and called by the President, Honorable Chief Chirumbira. It was a very important session, engagement with the ambassadors. As you could see, the room was full with many African ambassadors. This shows the interest that we have for this parliament.
New members of the Pan-African Parliament from Algeria, Angola, Cameroon, Cape Verde, Comoros, Liberia, Malawi, Namibia, and Nigeria were sworn in during the 5th ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament and shared their expectations.
Une Afrique qui s'impose un petit peu dans tous les domaines est une nécessité impérieuse pour l'archipel des Comores. Nous espérons que le Parlement panafricain, l'UIA, l'Union africaine, pourront défendre et incarner les valeurs de l'Afrique de demain, l'Afrique moderne.
My expectations here at PAP is to really get involved and push for the Africa Free Trade Continental area, because I think that is a very important area for the growth of the continent, but also translates to the growth of Namibia. Also, I'm very interested in the theme of this year, which is reparations, because I'm also a descendant of the Namahero genocide descendants. So that is an area of interest for me. But also looking forward to the presentations in terms of AI, presentations in terms of G20, in terms of the trade tariffs and so on.
I want to learn from the experienced parliamentarians that is already here in the Pan-African.
Et c'est toute une fierté de participer à cette séance. C'est un honneur pour notre pays de participer aux séances de réflexion sur le développement de notre continent. Et bien sûr, nous, dans notre délégation, je suis la femme pour représenter le genre de toute évidence.
To grow in the simplicity of our nature as Africans, and to be able to be better than yesterday, to live the values that are so enshrined in our African tradition, and to the true spirit of the Ubuntu spirit. I think we have not reached that spirit that the previous generation has nurtured of at least liberating Africa and to see each other as one. One of the things that we need to move forward is to try and think about a universal language for Africans.
شرف لي ولبلدي أن أكون ضمن هذه المؤسسة العريقة. شغلت منصب أستاذ في العلاقات الدولية، ثم عينت في سنة 2022 ضمن الثلث الرئاسي في مجلس الأمة، وهي الغرفة الثانية في البرلمان الجزائري، وأنا الآن ضمن الوفد الجزائري الممثل لبلدي في البرلمان الإفريقي.